Okay, hi. Welcome to another stream. Today we are going to start with trying to get rid of the last problem that we had yesterday, which was when we are clicking a dropdown in our dropdown list from a custom editor window, then we still have a hiccup there. It's then lagging a little bit and opening slower and slower, and we are trying to just get a solution, and we didn't quite find anything yesterday. So what we are first going to do is just write a report to Unity and post it into the forums there, because the error was not too time consuming, but it was kind of annoying. So it's something that we want to fix, and we're going to start with that now. So the IDE is still working, loading right now. So that's why also the stream is having some issues right now, because my CPU GPU is still completely used up. And after we try to find a fix for our drop-down performance, we will try to optimize the parallax transform so that they will idle when they are not in the camera, which is going to be just a simple distance check. And then we are going, if you are in distance of the camera, then you please shift, and if not, just don't do anything, which is everything we can do there, and it's effective. It's going to give us maybe 50% more better for performance on this class alone. Okay, so let's start here. We can see there is this map that we created, and it's now flooded with game objects, and it's okay because the game objects are essentially all the same. Okay. Also got myself some milk and honey today, like I usually do lately. But I'm feeling better today. Still had a really hard time to sleep. I was waking up a lot and coughing. So it remains to be seen if this is if I'm getting back up to being normal and healthy. Okay, now we can see that there's some stones here that are overlapping. We would want to fix this, but I don't bother right now, to be honest. It's not that important. Let's just skip working on the look of the test level. I think we tested enough. We saw what we can do, and the test confirmed that working with multiple layers in these backgrounds is not that good, but we could maybe use multiple background for Windows, but it's not that effective. So we have this error when we set up the tilemap group here. Go through this, everything's fine. This is all right. This is all right. Here's the drop down. We have this weird setup. Now you see the drop down reacts immediately when I go here, pick pick something, and everything's fine. Okay, cancel this. Everything is going to reverse itself. There's no leftovers. Everything is cleaned up. So this is working perfectly fine. It's just working as it should. And we should be able to track down the problem, which is after some time the drop down just gets slower, and we don't know why. So the class that is causing this error is inside of here. We have this pop-up class. Let's try to inspect it. We can go inside, that's good. And we can maybe find the problem here. Or not. Yeah, that doesn't turn us a lot. Tell us a lot. These are just some parameters. Okay, so we cannot work on this. Yeah, so the problem here is these are just different methods. Oh, here's something. Maybe I was mistaken. Get rect. Begin platform grouping. So let's see something of this, the drop down menu. Drop down toggle. No, unfortunately, these are not functions that we are searching for yet. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. Searching through every line of there could take forever. And the most problematic thing that I saw here is let's search for pop out. Pop up. Sorry. Pop up. So we have this everywhere. Okay. These are just parameters that that we can get in there. Question is do we find out why this is stacking? Let's go ahead and just go again to the method that we call here. Now we know it is this one, and this is going to call another method. So we just give it these parameters, yeah? And now we have to go where it's going to call this function, which takes different parameters, is and then says edited GUI last vec is get control vect. Okay, let's go ahead and see what that does. And here we are unfortunately stopped. Okay, so this is the end of the track, because now it says pop-up internal. As you can imagine, this is now not being displayed to us. This is an internal function we cannot see. Let's see what it does. It gives it a temporary content label, displayed options, style. Not, I can just guess what it does, but not really know. Let's try to go to this, but I have the fear that we will not get anywhere soon. It's just converting parameters here. Check enabled function. So I know it seems to be like it's getting the old poplar up, but I'm not really sure what it does. Really just guessing here. No, I don't see anything that is causing this to get slower every time. No, do pop up. Okay, maybe this is going to tell us what's happening. This is going to be complicated. So it has 3 events, which I don't really understand yet. Let's go ahead. So selected it. Call info get select value for control. We have content. It's going to create the content. This is the most likely one, which is going to cause problems. But I don't see anything. No recursive calls. No crazy loops. And then say it's the queue and selected. And then these are just for browsing the dropdown. Yeah. So we tracked this down. Didn't help us too much. We could now have the option to debug log inside of this. Let's try to do that. And see if we can confirm that just find out where the time is stopping. Just to try to get what is happening here. We're just going to display 3 different times here, just to see what if they are equal. Now they should be equal. They should be always equal. It's just a lot of pop-up functions that do some parameter conversions, overrides for different parameters. It's nothing special happening there. So there are some notable functions, but I didn't see what they do. You could also track them down, but then you're just spreading your search too much. It's just going to consume more time, more time, and that's not what I want here. So, interestingly, this has been called a lot of times now. So the brush called this 24 times. I don't see where the internal functions right. So nothing here begins with time, I think. No, I only see those inside of my own classes. It's weird. So this only reacts when I'm moving my mouse inside of here. Is this going to slow this down? Hmm. And the weirdest thing about this is we only get the internal, we don't get the external internal cores of Unity. So maybe we can't do this. Every time we call this method, it should have triggered. Is this getting slower if I just circle my mouse inside of the window? What I'm trying to do is just creating a lot of calls. Let's do 1,000 calls here. And see what happens if I then click the drop down, if it's going to be very slow. And click. And it's very slow. Okay, let's go to 2,000. Oh, unfortunately, we can't see how many we got there. Just keep doing this and the drop down will become slower. That's interesting. See how slow the drop down now is? I didn't even open a lot of windows. Okay. So we need to find a way to clean that up. And boom, it nearly took 3 seconds there until it updated. Okay, how do we get rid of this? Now if I would repeat the process, will it be slow again? Yes, it's still slow. Okay, note that. Debug. Okay, it seems that we did not override the functions of Unity here, so let's just ignore that. Hmm. So would there be another method than on GUI? So, no solution yet. It's very interesting. So what's happening here is we call this function a lot of time, and this is going to slow down the drop down. So do we do anything that is going to slow us down? Let's maybe just try to get rid of a lot of things, recompile it, and see what happens. So I think this if function here, it's not going to cause any problem. Let's get rid of this label field. I think we did this last time, but it's not that important, to be honest, to have this label field. Oh, yes, we are doing something really weird here. We are initializing the option list every time. That's not good. It can cause an error. So we need to do this outside of the GUI function to optimize. Now, will this work actually? Yeah, actually it does work. Okay, that's nice. Now I don't need this window to have its own option list, so I don't care about that one. Let's just go on. And maybe also play some music. Okay, now let's see if we fixed the error, the problem. So I'm trying to open Unity, it's compiling. There it is. Let's see. Go through this. Now, this is very fast. Just circle with this mouse, with my mouse inside of here for a long time. Now, unfortunately, I don't see how many calls this does. Which makes this a little bit weird, because I don't see anything happening. So I might go and debug log this later. And it seems like it's not that slow anymore. Yeah, I think this fixed it. We fixed it! We fixed it! We've done it! It's gone! Just going through the code. Let's make another test here and see if we can debug log. Just call this called. I just want to see something in my console here when I'm circling with the mouse. Get 1,000 calls and then open the dropdown. See if it's slower or not. Okay, now we have this called. Can circle around here. Let's clear the console and call this 1,000 times. Now this takes a while because I think it's frames per second, also need to move my mouse actually. Interestingly, it's behaving differently if I circle. And if I go up and down, it's not that much. Left and right doesn't seem to do that much. Up and down is what it seems to scan for. Okay, and I can open this just fine. Okay, so I think what was the problem is we had to do this code outside of the onGUI function, because this is scanning out the grid brush every time, and it's just going to cause a lot of faults, operations, which we don't need. Oh, we didn't need this description. Oopsie. Debug log this. I will do another test with these two lines of code blocks enabled. See if this code block or this code block is causing the problem. Because I commented them out now, makes it possible that they are also part of the problem. I just move the function that is most likely to cause the problem. Now, circle around with the mouse. The drop down seems to be fine yet. Now let's do 1,000 calls and see if it slows down after that. Maybe not the most interesting task, but hopefully it will work and we can call it a day with this error. That would be great. Come on, just 400 more. So at least we know now that it's not the call to the drop-down menu, something in our own class, which is making this a little bit easier. It seemed to be a little weird the way this was showing itself up, but now it makes sense, at least a little bit. So keep doing this. We are nearly at 1,000 calls. And then I'm going to click the drop down and see if it's going to pop up immediately or with a small delay, which would be very, very unfortunate. And we see it immediately. Okay, that means we are finished here. We finished this weird drop-down performance issue. It's great. That's absolutely great, because now nothing stands in our way to just do the Parallax transform optimization and go into the real levels and paint. So today I actually thought this would at least take another hour. Yeah, that's great. It's just great. So what we are going to do here is, in the update function, we're going to make a change. But first of all, I want to Google Unity C resources used by script. Profiler. So, okay, there's a lot of information and I don't want to read. I just want to read about scripts. Not description, scripts. Oh, and shortcut Control 7. Okay, there we have our little profiler. I want to enable this deep profile. Don't find it. Profiler controls. Oh, there it is. So not here. It's there. Deep profile. What is this? Okay, now we have this deep profile. Deep profiling.
Hello. How are you?
Hello, the Blast YT. How are you? It's not reading your name anymore since we fixed that yesterday. I'm doing totally fine. And show you something really interesting here. So
The Blast YT. How are you?
Okay, that was a good one.
Show to me.
Okay, I'm going to show you something to you. And that was the profile. Oh, let's open that up again. And this is to track how many resources you use. Very
The Blast YT show me.
This is very important just to see how many resources do certain scripts use. And now I'm going to play the game. Just going through the game a little bit. And if I put this here and see that it's now recording the resources used by the game. Now, unfortunately, the frame rate seems to be horrible right now for some reason, but I don't know. It's maybe because I have the profiler in front.
The
Yes.
blast YT, that's a lot of resources.
Oh, actually, I don't know if it's really a lot. Let's pause the game again and take a look at these resources. Now, we recorded the resources used. Okay. And it says that the scripts use a lot of resources. Let's look that up. So most of these are sprite skin. That's just the animation. Okay, most of this is the animation. We don't have control about that. And the scripts that I did by myself are just this part here. So this small part here, this is all the stuff that I do.
I got an asset from Unity Asset Store that is pretty good. It's for the apartment you spawn in.
Hey, yay, cool. So if you're working with assets, you can just focus on some on the things that you want to focus on. For example, if you as 3D assets, you don't need to do your 3D assets by yourself. Other people might want to do their 3D assets by themselves, but they don't want to program, and then they use programming code as assets and make their own 3D assets. So that's why assets are really, really nice. And there's also people who just download everything as an asset, kind of try to make them fit together, and then make a game out of that. Actually, we had this at university, that some people did this to just make a project really fast. So the first thing that I can do here, I know what sprite skin is doing.
I got the asset, but I won't build the exact apartment. I will take little pieces from the asset and design the interior myself.
No, is it such an asset that comes with little pieces that you can just do by yourself? That would be great.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, normally you have assets. If they are good, you can make a lot of stuff from them. They're not one asset for each building, but just like a toolbox where you can build a lot of houses with the same pieces over and over again, and they will still look very different. I think
I'm a little worried for the street part though. The cars moving and NPCs and THA way the street will look.
Well, there's only one way to find out what will happen.
BRB, my parents got home.
Alright, no problem. So I think since the sprite skin is using a lot of resources, I know sprite skin is called by each bed. I think there's a mode in the bed animator that can change that. Unity animator mode. Also, we can look take a look into this culling mode. Always animate, don't do culling even when off screen. Okay. Target, eye key and white of transform are disabled when render not visible. That would be nice. Completely. Animation is completely disabled when renders are not visible. So we should set this to one of those two. Not sure which one. Let's try out this culling mode first. It should be great for the performance. So here with the gunner. Basically that would be great for every animation. To be honest. Just for the performance, not and if we find out that this is not working, okay. Can change that later. No, I'm just making that the that we disable always unanimate on every enemy. So we definitely don't need them to always animate. Yeah, this one doesn't matter. It's just this one was something inside of the camera or scene. Now what I can imagine here is that this mode is better for animations with a sprite skin. Could imagine that it keeps them at the right position. So this is maybe better for them. But with the sprite sheets, it's not a problem at all. And this should give us a little bit of improvement in the performance. Since they are quite heavy calls, to be honest. Maybe you could read this in the documentation though. Okay, it doesn't say anything. So state machine and root animation will always be evaluated. Thus you will always receive the on animator move callbacks. All other animation will be skipped if the character is not visible. Specifically evaluation of bone animation, IK and on animator IK will be skipped. That's the I don't know how much resource this will take. So it might be good. It's not called, so Also could be that the other mode that we are using right now, just the more dramatic one, where we don't do any animation at all, is actually worse. And that especially with those with an IK manager, that those figures are now going to bug out. But don't know that yet. Okay, the update mode should remain the same. Okay. So let's go in and look at the profile again. So we saw that the sprite skin is taking most of our resources. So sprite skin is quite heavy. We have to just recognize that. There's also not a lot of things that we can do about this. But what is under our control is what we will optimize. And that is not this, not this. Parallax transform here. Scripting threads. Okay, that's basically about it. So what do we also have is rendering. Memory. We use 6 GB of memory. That's way too much. Audio is okay. Physics is surprisingly okay. UI seems great. There's some spikes here. There are some spikes here. GPU is very spiky. And CPU seems to be over the top. Okay, interesting. So let's go and optimize this script too. So what I said is okay. So there's going to be distance vector2 dot distance is bigger, is smaller than, let's say, what's a good one? I think 50. So that would be outside of range every time. So transform position Of the last queue and point references, this is where we are working with. The second thing would be the player position. No, camp position. Okay, let's try that out. Reloading. So we tried to tackle our most resource intensive scripts here, which are the animations and the shift of the individual drawings. Let's see if this does anything. So the frame rate seems to be a little bit better. I'm still not sure what causes the frame rate to drop. I'm still thinking this is some kind of background task that has nothing to do with the game right now, just dropping the frame rate. Because yesterday we didn't do anything special or differently, and it still was at a better frame rate. So I'm assuming this might be maybe some OBS, YouTube, something else that is running in the background right now. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. So I think this is enough for testing. The thing is, I don't see that much of a difference here in the profiler. Pretty much looks the same. What is this green thing? Is this rendering? No, rendering is the easy part. Is this the garbage collector? No, others. Others. Okay, that's not good. So the biggest part here is scripting, which is also not good. You don't want your scripts to cause most of the use. However, this scripting is done by mostly by sprite skin deform, which is something that I said we don't have much control about. Okay, but let's see if we changed anything about this area here. And it's really hard to determine right now, to be honest. We have all these Parallax transform, they do need to call update. So there's nothing that we can do about that. So they will always call. But for some of those we can see that the update call did not take a long time. Here we see that the if clause that we just added, vector to distance, yeah, is called. Let's see if vector to distance. I once heard that vector to distance is ineffective. Yeah, performance issue with this distance function. Let's do, okay, it says use square magnitude instead. Okay, now it says it needs to. What? It needs one vector 2 or two vector 2, but they are structured. I don't understand this. I just want to know how to vector 2 square. I don't know, square magnitude. Yeah, this one. If you are comparing the magnitudes of two vectors, you can just compare the squared magnitudes. So how do we do this? Let's just look for a counterexample of this. I think you put in two vectors and then get something out. I don't know. Okay, we did read this one already. Come on, give me a counterexample, please. I'm too lazy to look it up. Come on, let me read. Let me in. Let me in. Continue. Oh, come on. Okay, now I can read. Oh, come on. If you do cookies, at least do them right. Come on. Man said I can't click anything. Yes, I understand you want to use cookies to store my information, which is kind of illegal. Ah, there it is. So you just go and say this minus this. Okay. And then this will be square. So do I have to multiply this 50 by 50 now? And then it won't work? I don't know. I think it's such a case. I just heard a lot that you don't want to compare the distance, the real distance. You want to work with the square magnitude because the distance is so there a root in there or square? I don't know. I think it's a root, and the root operation then is expensive. This is why you should not use the distance function in a function that is called in update a lot, and this is something that you can optimize. And we see an improvement with the we see an improvement here. I also feel like it's not. No, it's no. The time is not moving anymore. They're moving up and down. What? Yeah, but they're moving when I'm here. So yeah, we need to say 50 times 50. 50 times 50 is 25 with a lot of zeros. I think 2,500. Yeah, it should be 2 zeros. 50 times 50 times 50, 2 zeros. 2,500. Let's see, now the timers should actually move. We saw it only moved when I was really close to the edge there. So we've also to multiply the distance that we compare with itself. Now it's the timers are moving again. It's nice. Let's go here to this position and just look at the map here. They look normal. And we see that they did actually move so far. Interesting. So they are moving here. Now you might say, what the hell is happening here? Why are they so far to the right? It's because they are setting themselves up like this at the start of the game. Actually do this at the start of the game, and only if you get close with the camera they will change. Something that we need to keep in mind, they will change themselves. Okay, now that we came closer, we see that they are starting to get to the position that they need to be in once we come close. But this one will stay there until we come in the range of 50. Now what's also happening here is, this also happened here, but this area here remains the same as when we left it. Because it's comparing how far away am I from the camera, and if I'm not far away enough, or if I'm too far away from the camera distance, I won't do anything. That's how they are set up. And this is the end of the level. And we still see these two trees here at the same position as we left them. Everything did set itself up, so that's nice. That's really nice. There's only one thing that is bothering me, and that is the distance here. This is guess. This is a guess. And another thing is, yeah, we pretty much cannot confirm that this is effective. Well, I don't want to have everything here enabled. Okay, now let's get on with it. So, let me click in here. And we do have these Parallax updates. But these are the background layers. Here are the Parallax transforms. We see that they were squished down a lot. So yeah, I can guess they are taking less resource power, but yeah, we may invest some time later to learn how we get the percentage of each script, because that's something that is missing here. We don't get the percentage used by each script. Okay, now there's another thing that is taking quite some space here, which I did not expect. It's the background parallax effect. Let's first say, how can we optimize this here? Yeah, that's a good question. How do we know the distance that we want? We could maybe just give it a public float. So why would we want this to be a public float? Because it might be that we have a really big background and we want to move it. So public, oh come on, public float activation distance, and normally it's going to be 50. Then we will have a private float. And this will be just this square. And at the beginning we will square this. Map square. Oh, pow. It's pow. Sorry, it's pow. Power, yeah. And sometimes I'm mixing those two up because I'm from Germany, and sometimes I mix those functions up. It's power. Okay, so, and then we feed this inside this function, and we can change it later if we want to. Okay, so this is pretty easy. Now we want to look into this background. I think this is the old function. This is the new one. Okay. And the update function of this update function is taking a lot of time. That's weird. So it's maybe because the shifts are always called. Let's see. I don't see any math that is very hard inside of here. There's no square roots, no power. Square roots is obviously more expensive. It's just that it checks this enum. Is this expensive? I don't think so, but let's see. Enum comparisons expensive. This is about Java. And I say it's irrelevant. Okay, they say it's most likely not that expensive. Would also be a little bit weird if enums would be expensive, because they are cards cast to integers, and if you compare two of those, I think it's just an integer comparison, which is the cheapest comparison that you can have. And in the worst case, it's a string comparison, which is more expensive, but it shouldn't be neck breaking. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4. So no, this shouldn't be expensive, to be honest. Yeah, so I don't see anything that is breaking our neck here. There's just very simple additions, nothing in here. Some array constructions, but I doubt that this is causing such a big use of resources. So I'm a little bit puzzled here why this is using that many resources. My theory here is that the resources used. No, that's bad theory. I just had the idea, maybe OBS and having multiple windows and having a very slow PC, all this is adding up so that certain scripts take longer. And then I thought, yeah, but I'm not comparing their total performance. I'm comparing their performance compared to other scripts. And compared to other scripts, the performance of the background parallax effect is bad. Just bad. Show. Hierarchy? Can I see here? Background parallax effect. Background parallax effect. This script is using a lot of resources. 12% to be exact. It's using more than 200 calls by parallax effect update. We might need to investigate that again. That is abysmal. So let's go take another look. Can we maybe get inside and see what uses that many resources? Transform, get position. Okay. Vector 3 subtraction. So we can optimize this by just doing this and say fix pointing top. No, that's not what I wanted. We're reading out the cam transform position 2 times here. So we could save it up. Like here. Okay, let's do this. And then say, I want this to be inside of these functions. And don't read out the camera position again. Let me look at this again. Why is this called cam X position? If it's reading the position, that's a little bit weird of a name, to be honest. Okay, then let's rename this into cam position, because it's not the Y position. Not just one float. And it doesn't even matter. And aside from that, we don't do a lot of calls, so yeah. So this is just a slight optimization. Not sure if this will do anything. It should get rid of a third of these position calls. No, we did it. do it now. Two-thirds of the position coords should be get rid of. So we do something here. Okay. Let's try that out, if that changes anything, but I don't have high hopes, to be honest. Because we already saved the transform, for example, and should not change too much.
Okay bro, I'm sorry I couldn't attend as much as I usually do to your stream, but I need to go to sleep now.
Oh, that's no problem. Good night. Oh, and then I die. Ah.
I may follow you on Insta though.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
$151 followers.
Yay! I think soon I will have more followers than I follow people. That would be nice.
I get error 151 at that game from last night. That won't let me in.
Yeah, maybe you can just Google your problem. It's normally the best approach.
Anyway, GN.
Good night. Okay, we actually fixed something here, and the performance of the script got way better. Yeah, update here. I'm not sure if let's go to another point though. And sometimes it's a lot. Let's look at the time that needed. And sometimes the update function is not taking that much. So if the player loop is a high number, it's not taking a lot. Okay, whatever. We're going to go into the shifting assets template, because I saw that the stones were not shifting. The activation distance should be 50 in each case. Let's go and check that out. 50, that's right. Okay, so for some reason the Parallax did not shift. So let's debug log this. Oh, yeah. Now it should work. Never mind. It's a small mistake. I was saying 0 times 0 is of course 0. I need to plug in the white variable there. That maybe should help. Now everything should be alright. Okay, let's just play the game. Let's not do the profiling anymore. Just play it, go one time through the game and look at the performance. And for some reason the performance just got better. But it has nothing to do with what we did there in the scripts. I think it's because I had the profiler open and it has a way worse FPS when we have when we don't focus this window. And now the performance is way better. Okay, here's the end of the level. Okay, what else would I like to change is the crystals here. I think they should be visible in the dark. Like now, some of the crystals here, especially if I turn off the light, you don't see them at all. I think we should change that before we go on. It's just something that I noticed. And aside from this, we can cross out 2 tasks already. And then we can just start drawing inside of the game. So, because we fixed everything. There's nothing more that we need to worry about. I can do what I want now and just goof around, experiment, say, hey, I want to go into each of those crystals and make them bloom a little bit. So I could increase the intensity of the light. For some reason I don't see that. Doing anything. So these are the lightless version, I guess. Let's draw in the light, the mineral. Oh, now I have to find this time up here. Only want to work on that one, so I can actually find it. And this is 1 minus 20. Got it. One of the advantages that we have here with all of our options. Enable light. So now we should draw with light enabled. But I don't see any light here. Is the light really on? Don't see it. No, it's not enabled. Now it is. So the enable light option doesn't work. It's not good. We need to take a look into the brush. Damn it, I thought if there's an enable light function, it should actually work. Yeah, I had no idea why it doesn't. Oh, it just puts them off. If enable light is false, but it doesn't put them on if it isn't. So yeah, that's a simple change. That should be sufficient. To take a small second to compile there. And let's draw it in. Did we enable light? Yes. We see with this, the light is not enabled. It's definitely not light enabled. Okay, I think it's only enabling this script here. Is it? No, it's also not affecting the script, so I don't know what it is. Affecting. Get components in children. Liked. Game object. Set active. True. Or false. This like to D. It should get it. What if we enable the lights here? Just enable them every time. What does it do? All the lights are turned on. Think this one seems to be off though. Let's draw. Okay, now they're off. Now they're on. This one is off. Is it? Doesn't seem to have light. No, this one. Oh, I'm drawing in the middle of nowhere. Minor 3, yeah, I forgot to put it on. So now it's on. That's weird. Why is it working with on, but not with off? Because we have to say true. Include inactive. Yeah, include inactive true. Now it should work. Now it doesn't matter what I say inside of the prefab. It will just take the setting that I put into the brush. If I put them all off, it will still just take the setting off the brush. So to see, now they look like this. Okay. So, mixed minerals brush. Let's paint on the white tile map again. Now, enable light, off, no light. Now I go into this. Disable all the lights again like it was previously. Don't know why I did this, maybe for testing reasons. Doesn't make too much sense. Go into the game. Now they're all put off, okay. But that's not the problem. Because they are all still connected to the prefab. The difference should be when I draw. Now I draw. Okay. Now I will light on. And light is on. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Good. So now I want to make it so that the individual crystals look like they're really glowing when I draw them in. So now I also want this to glow when they're not inside of the camera. So this is something that This is a little bit tricky. Oh, I also have to draw them very, very far apart, or else they will add up their own light. Okay, so it will be a little bit tedious, but what I want to do here is start drawing in every crystal just far apart from each other, at least far enough. So that they don't add their light on each other. Okay. So enable light. And after that, I want to make sure that each of them looks really like they are glowing, even if you see them in the dark, just a little bit with like their own lightning and the lightning from their texture. The texture is actually glowing. They should look like at least a little bit they are glowing in the dark. Right now, they don't look like they're emitting light when you're seeing them in the darkness, and we can't have that. We need to change that. It's nothing that is acceptable right now. So this is why I'm drawing them in to this grid. I also need to look into their scale, because if you look, the scale of those is different. The scale of the dark minerals is white, but the scale of the colored ones is not. We need to look into that. That's not correct. They're not inheriting the scale from their parents. We need that. Or did I put in a different scale? Oh, this has a different scale also. So never mind. Uses a different scale setting in the brush. That's nothing that we should worry about. Okay. Taking it all back. Okay, now purple. And purple crystals can really look nice, but those purple crystals, they don't have enough light. Now we have to increase that. I mean, look at those. Do you really think they glow in the darkness? I don't think that they do. So no, this doesn't have cell size. Interesting. We have a lot of minerals here. We're never out of minerals. You should never hear in this game, not enough minerals. Ha 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 ha. Okay, let's stop with the bad jokes. Something that we also need to keep in mind, minerals should always be far apart from each other if they have lightning. You know that different objects with lightning don't each add up very well. And look at these yellow crystals. That's not yellow at all. And even though we are in the darkness here, we should see a little bit of color there. So let's go and pick one of the crystals. It doesn't matter that I'm not picking the correct one here. And just go to these shaders here. And now I can just make them glow. Just make them glow. With the grayscale, it will be a little bit difficult though. I think these are the gray ones, the black ones. So I want them to maybe have a color strength of at least 10. I think this was 17, 20. Okay. I could increase their shininess. Let's get the camera over to this position and see how it looks then. Okay. And even in the camera, you don't see that much of a fall off. It's because we changed the camera settings. Okay. This will be a fast edit though. But I'm going to get a quick dash to the toilet, make myself some new fresh milk. So I take 5 minutes and be right back. just in time. So yeah, I'm just getting myself ready and just made it in time right now. So let's get going. So yeah, we see even with the camera, which has a light attached to it. See much difference. That's a little bit weird though. It's like not making a difference at all. Is that correct? I don't think that this is correct. Something's weird here. Just this light. There's the light. There's the light. Okay, there's a light attached to the background manager. Where is this light? There's just a random light. We have to disable this. This should not be there. Okay. Is this in the sky? I think this is the old moon. Yep. The moon bloom is not at the same position as the moon. Let's put it here in here. This is just for a preview, so it's not that important, but it was a little bit weird that the bloom was at the weird another position there. Okay, now I'm still irritated, but because the camera is at another position. It's because of the background manager. If I disable it, I'll actually get the position of the camera. Let's see how it changes the lighting. Not a lot though. Oh. I'm changing the background manager right now. That's not what I want. To change the camera. Now we see the camera. Okay. Now what I want to make sure here is the Z position is not at -10. Okay, what I want to make sure is that they are not glowing all over the top. I think it's alright, but yeah, need to take a look later into this, because the camera has a light here, which is very unusual. Normally you do a vignette effect, but it decided for a light. Now this is the dark side of it. The dark side of the light is it's actually very hard to measure how things really look when you're close to the camera. So didn't think about that one. Okay, let's just go through every object here. Make sure that the white is actually white. You can kind of guess the color in the darkness. I'm not sure how. Not sure why they looked so weird though. Let's get the camera to that position. And yeah, that's a problem. So yeah, I need to kind of get the camera to this position. Let's put it here. I have to keep in mind, so I want the best of both worlds. I want the camera to have the minerals to look good inside of the camera and not to overly glow all over the place like we have in this instance. But when the camera is not there, it should not glow. It should still be visible. So the big problem here is just the difference between this and this is too big. So how can we do this is if the minerals just provide more own lightning. That would be great. That would change a lot. Fortunately, we can do this quite easily by just going inside of here and saying intensity should be 0.5. Oh. You can actually go inside of this object here and just change the intensity of the glow. And it immediately works. So let's put this to 0.5. Okay. 0.7. Yeah, I think 0.7, now we see the color. Had to experiment a little bit. Okay, so now let's start again with the materials. So I can just go and delete the error message there. We already solved that. Okay, now we see that they are glowing way too strong. In this instance, I don't want to put them down that much. It's really hard to get a compromise here. But I'm not giving up. So in this instance, it looks good when the camera is close. Looks bad if the camera is not there at all. We increase this grayscale color strength. Oh, this is the emission color strength. It's threshold. I think this has to be between 1 and 0. It's all not. It's like we can't find a good value for which has the best of both worlds. It's unfortunate. Now we can make it so that it's glowing when the camera is close, but it's dark when the camera is not close. That's exactly what we don't want. So let's try out having not a lot of light emitted by a different lightning source. See how that changes our approach here. Where was the prefab minerals? So we put up the intensity to a lot. Let's put it down to a really small value. Now they only emit a little bit of lightning. Go back to the minerals. Now we can edit how much lightning they emit. And now it won't be over the top when the camera is closed. I think this is the better approach. Makes them look way more natural. And when they're in the dark, we can give them more emission because their own lightning is not that strong. So this is more subtle. So this is with the black ones, blue ones. Want more emission in the dark. So I want them to be blue, but now the white emission is over the top. Ah, that's really hard. They're glowing way too much when you're close with the camera. If we fiddle with the threshold, no, it's not the threshold. Actually, lower the threshold is better, and then go down with the blueness. Oh, damn, it's not good. What about the green ones? I wouldn't then to have this much of greenness, like here. I actually would like them to look like this in the dark. But now you come close to them and they look like they are uranium from Chernobyl. It's not good. It's not good at all. You can't have that. If you come close to the minerals, they just start glowing all over the place. I would seriously expect a game mechanic with a glow like that. Let's try the other approach one more time. Give them a lot of own lightning, and well, this will always look like too much. Let's do this to 0.5. Put this to 0.5. And it kind of is not bad. It's just that the light that they receive from the camera is too much. And now I can play with these values, put them down. I think the grayscale color strength is not the problem. It's this color, the white color. Seems like it's always too much. Just a little bit, but it's up with the camera. And it seems like it's always too much. At least if we want it to look normal in the dark, and that's kind of disgusting. Kind of. So what if we put down the intensity of this glow to 0? Don't know. How do we solve this? Okay, that kind of looks natural. And the camera would be here. You would see them like this in the dark. Come close to them, and then they just start emitting light. Yeah, but it kind of works like this. So what we did here is the blue, make kind of strong blue. Man, I don't know. I feel like I'm going around in circles right now. So what would you do? How would we fix this? Maybe edit this shader? Let's take a look at the shader. But I can tell pretty much what it does. Apply color. And then it just adds those two. Now what we can do is we can make that it doesn't add the whites with the color. Something that we can actually do by saying instead of add, always take the maximum. Let's do that. And it looks pretty much the same, but it isn't. This isn't the same as adding them. Let me explain why this should be different. Main difference is when we add them, they can have a value above 1. And if it's already glowing, then it should glowing stronger and stronger. With the current approach, with just taking the maximum value, yes, it can still be above 1, but we're mitigating this at least by not adding up another value on top of that. And and if they are both glowing, it means that they're both not glowing over the top then, at least. like they're doing right now. But that's because the camera is also close. It's on this, in this matrix here, it's either putting in white or blue, but it's not adding those two together. That's a slight advantage. I'm not seeing a lot of difference though, so it's not doing wonders. I kind of dislike how dark they are in the distance. I think one thing that we can still do is let's try out what happens if we enable the background, because having a background is changing a lot. Okay, it doesn't do too much. If you get a better idea how they are actually looking. So another problem that I identify here is because their background is transparent, it's a little bit hard to get that background a color. And it's also seen in the darkness. So maybe I might have to go back on that a little bit. Or else it might never work. So let's go in here. This grayscale always has an alpha of 150. Let's put it to 200. No use. If it's not working, we need to fix it. So the idea behind it was that there would be kind of and that you could kind of see through them. Okay, that's a disgusting grayscale here. Good they don't look like that. Good that they don't look like that in the game. I think we don't enable grayscale, they look great actually. But once we lightning, once we enable lightning, we see that they are way too dark. So we did some changes here, and now I think they look a lot more bluish, more greenish. Let's get going. Let's finish this. I think this is a nice end color here. I think the blue one is pretty much the best one so far. Maybe decrease the threshold. Tune down the mission strength, which is completely over the top. this, and yeah, still look a little bit weird. Like this, just glowing slightly. Should just glow slightly. Okay, now we have a schemata scheme how to do this. Where's the point? Like here. Let's get it down. Okay, now it should be here. So let's get going. Make sure that in the middle orange is orange, and that we can actually see a little bit of glow. Yeah, that's nice. Next one. Also, let's take a look how this is looking without the lights on. With the lights emitted by the mineral itself. So, how do we do this? Can we do this? Yeah, and they still look alright. But they just look better with the light enabled, to be honest. So these look natural now, but with the lightning, with their own lightning, it's just more beautiful. So something that we learned today: minerals need their own lightning. It's just better, it just works. Without that, not so much. I wanted to change the yellow ones. Okay, let's make the goal so that you can see this line here. Yeah, you can't see that line in the green ones. Now you can. And that you can also see that this part is supposed to be darker. Like that. Now that you have them fully colored like they should be. Okay, let's bring down the camera again. Now for the red ones. The red ones have to be especially good because I love red. Yeah, just like that. Now we have shiny red crystals. When you come close, they just start to emit so much lightning that the player is immediately going to die. We need to cause that epileptica. I'm sorry. Need to do this for the fans. Okay, let's check out black again. So with black we can only change the emission strength. Nothing else. Okay. Now we have the teal ones. The teal ones not emitting too much enough light. Now they do. I feel like the color is not that strong though. I think it should be stronger. Can still try to change this a little bit. Oh, I think this is the filtering. And this is just the intensity. Ah, that's how it works. Would have been nice to know it when I started. Okay, and here we have white crystals, and what are the last ones? Yellow. These are the yellow crystals. Okay, they are not yellow at all. These are the white crystals. And I don't see that much white. Put them like that. And now the yellow ones, which are not yellow at all, for some reason. Hello, yellow? Why are the yellow ones just black? Oh, because they don't have a material inside to them. Okay, so that's interesting. So yellow. Yeah, and I will have to do this with every yellow material here. Must have overlooked that. Interesting that that I see that so late in the development. Okay, first part is fixed. We just need to fix the lightning and we're done. Oh, now they look yellow. Seems like they are not emitting. Now they are. Okay, now that's fine. I'm still not sure if they should be glowing a little bit more in the dark. I'm not sure about that part. But that's nothing that I can do something about. Okay, let's hit play and it should just work. Let's see if something weird happens with the parallax shift though. There shouldn't be anything wrong with this, starting from this camera position. The transforms have been set up so that it shouldn't matter where the camera is. And it does. This is bad. This is bad. So what's actually happening here? I don't really know what's happening here, to be honest. Just know that the positions have been read out wrong. There's a problem with reading out the values from the camera. think the camera is setting up itself to the player position. The start of the game. Okay, and then they start to try to adjust their shift. So what we need to do is we need to wait with the camera to just shift after the transforms have been set up. Else we will have this kind of weird effect here, where the positions of the backgrounds is not correct. Okay, I think with the backgrounds it's actually not a problem, because it's not supposed to work with this way, to be honest. Let's see the minerals here. Okay, we saw a glimpse of that and then we started the new game level. That's a little bit sad. And we get an error because we didn't clean up the next level. Okay, now fix one. Get the camera down here. This should at least fix the background, but let's take a look. Background of the camera, that was actually alright. And we saw that it shifted, but it shouldn't. It's just that the background, it expects us to put it into the correct height. Okay, there is a problem with going to the right now. Seems like it doesn't see fast enough that it's too much right of the camera. So why though? It's a good question, an important question, a question that we will have to answer. And I hope that we would be done with this. Let's not give up. If I fix this, then there's nothing standing in my way. So we need to check when is scroll images called. So these have a threshold and it looks for its anchor. That's a pretty solid function. How did we break that? There's no way around this. We have to go inside of these layers here. Look, what is the anchor minimum? So the right one. Let's just look into the right one. It's the right one, anchor min plus 0.5. So this one, anchor min plus 0.5. That would be x. X anchor min, that would be 1.5. Let's hit play and see what happens. And then we are going to read out what it did put inside of left threshold, because I've seriously doubt that it did put itself to a good value. And we see that the anchor min here is minus 0.15. Here's this image. It's at the left side. So they did put themselves up into the right positions. Background manager should be at the player position. Only the individual layers here are weird. So let's read out. Did it in debug log? What is the left threshold? Right threshold. 1.5. That's correct. So what happens if one of these layers is bigger than the right threshold in the anchor minimum? So if this would be 1.5. Okay, then it's going to shift. So the start here is completely right. Oh, it did something. The order of those three layers is weird. This is in the middle. Right, left. Maybe it did shift one. No, it's weird. I don't understand. Let's see what's happening here. Those two layers here do have the same position. Same anchor minimum. So they have been pushed onto each other. Okay, then it's some kind of child. The area is broken. Okay, so that's the problem. They should never be allowed to push on top of each other with scroll images. So they have an index which is going to be 1, 2, 3 in this, or 0, 1, 2 in this instance, because there are 3 images. Yay. And when they shift, they're reading out the left or right image, or what they think that what is the left or right image, and the shift on the position. And what I said there, it looked like their positions were mixed up, like the actual order of them didn't make any sense anymore. So how did that happen? There's only one I don't think that they do anything in the initial start. They can do it. Can do something like that. So let's think. They all shift horizontally. See, oh, wait a moment. Shift the anchor points to the left or right? Why? Oh, this is just the Y position. It doesn't affect the local X position, so this is just to set them up in the right Y position. Okay. And that's okay. So I think the problem is that we first shift the images and then check if they need to be scrolled. Why? Because no, that we first check if we need to shift the images and then and then check if they need to be scrolled. That's correct. So what's happening here is the camera and the position of the background is completely different, and it's shifting itself to the camera from way over here in a second to over here. Yeah, this is how it changes, and it realizes that. Then this difference here, it will be infinitely high. Okay, so we can ignore the rest of the values. Shift is infinitely high now. Okay, and then it will shift. In our case, it was also negative. So what's happening next is it's shifting all these anchors infinitely to the left in their X position. Okay. And now it will realize for every layer that they're way too low. They're lower than the left threshold. They have been old. They've all been lower than the left threshold. So what is starting here is Okay, all three will be called inside of this function and be shifted. But this shouldn't matter. It should just they are put here, and then they just shift 1, 2, 3, and should be in their original order. So this shouldn't be a problem because it's going to just go through all of them. But we need to do this in some kind of while loop until we are finished. This is dangerous. So no fall. We need to calculate how long we do this. Now we do this for all the layers. Check all the layers. Do they need to be shifted? And we need to repeat this loop here. We saw we saw them shifting multiple times, and now let's see if we have the same result. We should have. Yeah, this is the middle one. This should be always left of this layer, and it isn't. It's bad. How can that happen? Left layer 0, right layer 2. Seems to be correct. 2, right 1, left. No. That's not correct. Now this is the image most to the right. It somehow was able to swap those two images. Those two are swapped. This image needs to be here. This image needs to be here. How did this happen? It's like it kind of randomly change the positions of those. And if you put the camera back to this position, like here, should actually be able to see normally. For some reason I don't see any backgrounds. How did we remove them? Okay, I didn't show them for some reason. Must have clicked that at some point. Interesting. I never noticed this. So and if we test now, everything will be normal, but we need to kind of understand why they sometimes swap their image. Okay, everything should be back to normal again. Yeah. Oh, so my FPS is nice. It's really nice, the FPS. And here we have first crystals. I think it's looking a bit weird how strong they are, glowing. Yeah, that's a little bit weird. I think that's too much. So we can maybe tune it down. Because if you come here, my eyes were hurting a little bit. Okay. Let's go back to the level. Put the camera back here. And see what the hell is happening. Now let's see again, put it here again. Because last time I checked, the problem was that we only looked at the background, but we don't have any confirmation for the objects on the environment layers that are not the background but the drawn in assets. Let's see if they at least don't need any love. And at least they look just fine. The stones here, the forest. They all look like they're fine. Oh no, there was something. I saw something move. Okay, these stones are not supposed to be here. Yeah, there's something not right here. But why? So if I come here, everything seems to be alright. Oh, come on. Let's start again and see if they are still messed up. Because I think they were coming from the left side. Not paying enough attention to what's going on in the battle there. Quite a little bit sorry, but really more looking into the environment. So they did set themselves up right now. So the problem is with them, they do put themselves into another position until I come close to them, and then they correct themselves. And now you see the background. The background was doing all right, but that was in the most cases the background is doing all right. So it means we have to find the edge case where the background is not doing all right. And we also have to make sure that we set up the tile maps at the start after we shifted the camera. Sorry. So in the initialization start, they shift themselves to a position, and I think after that the camera is changing the position, but we are not close to the time map yet, so they don't set them, so they don't correct themselves. What we are doing right now, we are looking at a fixed position, like right here. This time map here, the start is going to shift from here, let's say to this position, and then it's not doing anything because we are not close enough to this point here. So we need to kind of look for the position that it shifted to. And how do we get that? It's not that hard, because we know here the new X floating position. This is the calculation that we do at the start. So we need to take into account the position of the main time map. We cannot use that. Only the time map. We cannot use only the time map. We need to kind of get how much did we move from the main time map position. So what we have here is vector 2 shifted position, and that is how much we should. This is the last current point references. No, this is the main time map local position. This distance, the distance shifted to the main position, or to the current position. But what does this do? So let's say the old position was 0, 0, 0. Now it is -1, -1, -1. Then it will be -1, -1, -1. Okay. So we will have that. Now we have to add this to this position. So let's say this is also 0, 0, 0. Then this will be -1, -1, -1 now. Okay. And then we look from this to this. Why does it not work? Now we need to cast it to a vector 3. Yeah, okay. Let's try that out. That should fix our first problem with the parallax transforms. Or it will just mess everything up because I miscalculated. There's only one way to find out. And that is with logic. No, I'm just kidding. We're just going to press play. Normally it would be faster. Normally. I'm just going to strike them if I'm a little bit too lazy to calculate it every time. Okay, that's completely bananas. Yeah. So the new calculation is not working. I'm very sure that this is not where I wanted these objects to be in. Dodged. Dodged. Yeah. So. Will it set itself up? Let's die. Is it now correct? Yes, it is. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, I didn't expect that. Dodged. Skill issue. Yeah, the timers until this point here, completely correct. Interestingly. So let's reevaluate this. Let's say this is 0, 0, 0. This is 0, 0, 0. This is minus 1, 1, 1. Minus 1, 1, 1. No, this is plus 1, 1, 1. God damn it. Yeah, this is going to be in the wrong direction. So now this will be minus 1, 1, 1. Okay, let's go for another example with better numbers. Let's say this is at, let's just work with vector 1 for a moment, just for simplification. We shifted 1 to the left, minus 1, but we started at 0 and the last Q and 1 are at 1. Now this should be 0 at the end. Minus 1 minus 0 is going to be minus 1. 1 minus 1 is going to be 0. Okay. Okay. I'm still not sure if that's correct because I miscalculated last time. Oh, where's this detected projectile coming from? Oh no, it clicked the message here. Detected projectile. Hey, can you please tell me what kind of method this is coming? Soul skill, okay. And we need to go into soul skill because there is seems to be a debug log. This one. Yeah, need to get rid of that. A little bit weird that it didn't show us the line that it was coming from. Maybe I'm in a weird mode where it's not showing us the code line where the debug log is called, but I don't remember that such a thing exists, nor that we activated it. Okay, let's go again. Trying to optimize our background algorithm. Looks like we won't be able to just draw today. No, this is not correct. Yeah, we're still having problems here. See things just popping out of nowhere. Seems to work better. It seems like it improved something, but I don't know what. Okay, let's die. It didn't correct itself though. So here come on, let me on top of your head. Ah, it doesn't. Now here the time is completely correct. But where the hell is the black foreground tree? It's here. So it shifted to this position. And then shifted position is too far away from the camera. So we would need to look for both the shifted position, if it's shifted away way too hard, and the current position. And I can kind of see that the distance between this point and this point is not 50. It's possible. So we need to do this and actually look for the old position. Which is also another call. Which is maybe not a good idea. Well, this is not going to be that good for the performance. At least we use square magnitude. Let's just see if it works. It's not optimized yet. Let's just see if it works. And also, this needs to be or, not and. And if it works, it might be alright. We at least know that it can set itself up to the right position. Just needs to have the right condition. And if the condition is right, it will work. Absolutely. So it set itself up. Okay, it seems to work. Let's go through the level. See if we see anything weird. There was something weird. Stones disappearing. Maybe we need to increase the magnitude. Yep. Okay, so let's increase the distance. I think the algorithm is all right. It's just the distance is sometimes not enough. So you just see these stones popping like disappearing because we're just out of inside. They're just inside of the camera and just a little bit too slow. So we just need to change the distance there, and it should be right then. Okay, now that was the background. Still something that we need to fix. Will be the next fix that we will have to do. I didn't see any stones, and that's what I'm paying attention to. So let's not get distracted. Look at the things on the ground. You have to pay attention to the ground here. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on! I'm doing a test, but I'm pretty sure that the test was successful. Yeah, should maybe increase my speed here. Okay, here's where we killed that peasant. Yeah, okay, I don't see anything that did go wrong here. Did we have bushes here at the end? Yes, we do. Everything is alright. Nice. Now we can take a look at the background. So, let's close this script, fix this script and call it a day. And then tomorrow we will paint. Oh man, how many times did I say that already? I'm still not believing it. I'm just not believing that we will just draw on the map today, tomorrow. So, yeah. So somehow these functions can put themselves into the wrong order. But how? So we already know that this anchorman and anchormax could have been at insanely low value, and we don't even need to look at both of these functions here. Just look at one and say let's see what happens if this value here was insanely small. So they shift to one direction in the background. It's going to say This is the layer. This is its index. And shift to the left or right. Okay, then it says, please shift to the left. Good. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, say, then read out the left layer. Say -1, -1, shift yourself to that position, and now you're the left one. And the right one is going to be the index -1. Yes, if that is smaller than 0, it's going to be the right one again. Okay, in the other case, then the right layer is going to be layer index. So if we shift to the right, it's going to say, read the right layer, put in +1, and the left layer will be the layer index +1. Yes, if it's layer 0, it shifts to the right. Then then the left layer would be number 0. And if this is bigger than the length of the layers, so if this is bigger than 2, it would be 0 again. And that seems pretty okay. So I think I have to look into this loop here. That's maybe the problem. And we need to open Paint, because we need a professional program here. Need professional assistance, because this is something where you need the best of the best programs. Let's go. These are our 3 layers. Okay, now they see that the camera has moved from this position to a position left to this, but it's infinitely big. So what is going to happen is, first they are going to be shifted with this anchor min max infinitely to the left, because it's seeing, okay, see the distance that has been moved and adjust, multiply it with your speed, and this will be just done in an infinite amount. So we okay. The problem here is these objects here are attached to the camera. And now here is the real problem. That what shouldn't happen. There shouldn't be happening anything at the beginning, for example. When the camera is going from this position to this position, it's warping there, and these layers here think, oh yeah, there should be something happening actually. These layers think here we move, so they are also trying to shift, make this parallax shift effect, move over here, get an infinitely low shift, and then what? But these are infinitely low, so this will be under the threshold of all the layers for quite some time. So what will happen is, it will say white is true, so this one, and now it will recall this 3 times. So the problem, it will call this 3 times until it's back to normal, and then somewhere inside of this happens the problem. Now I don't know in the end if it's going to mix up both of these. So we already saw that the left and right thresholds look to be quite alright. So let's take a look. Let's try to make this first. So 0, 1, 2. This is going to put the right one, this one. Pick it. Increase the anchor min by 1. So shift it to this side. Oh yeah, because now it's somewhere here, and then it's going to shift it to this side. Okay. So it's going to start here at 0, starting at 0, and seeing, okay, 0, you're infinite. We're going to do this now. Going to shift you to the right. And then it's going to do those two. And it's seeing, hey, left one, you're also too low. We are going to be shifted to the right. And then it sees this and says, Okay, number 2, you're going to be shifted to the right. And then in the end we come back to this configuration. Are we though? Let's calculate. So let's assume what is the right index at the start. This one, right index, and left index is always going to be 0 at the start. So how can it happen that we suddenly have those layers in each other? No, first the order was not right. The order that's the cause of our problem. The order of those 3 layers is not correct. White layer is the layer index, so it immediately says you're now the right layer. So it started with white, this was white, this was left. Now it says 0, you're going to be right. And the left one is going to be layer plus index plus 1. So it's going to be 1. It's not smaller than 2 or bigger than 2. So yeah, this is going to be left. Then it's going to shift 1 to this position. Right layer is going to be the layer index, which is 1. So this is going to be R. Okay, then it shifts. And then it says left index is this index increased by 1. This is 2. And 2 is not bigger than -1. So this is not triggered. And then, yeah. And then in the last case, 2. Right layer is going to be 2. Ah, that's correct. Then the left index is going to be layer index plus 1 is 3. That is bigger than the length of this array. So it's put to 1. And we should never have in this algorithm any chance to mess this up. It's just next to impossible. Except that we do have one problem. What if this happens? We go through these 3 layers. Say, use this step first. And then it determines that we need to shift to the other direction suddenly. When we are at number 1. No, that wouldn't be possible. That would be possible, but we will just come back to this. Well, if it then would say shift this to the right. We can somehow make it so that the layer in the middle can shift. Okay. There's one easy way to just make sure that we can never shift a layer in between those two. I don't care about when we call this. This is inside of this loop. You can just ask here. If I equals left or I equals right. Yeah, that should fix it. This is an easy fix. Just making sure that we only shift those that are currently at the left or right position, and just don't shift those in the middle. Just don't touch them ever. Then you can end up that if you try to move, say, okay, now move this one to the left. Now it's going to put it to this position. Yeah, let's say it's this layer puts it to this position, and then this is the left one, this is the right one, but the positions are swapped. And then things happen that are just we could decode this to kind of think about, okay, what do we do now? But we never wanted this to happen. We saw then the layers shifting there in the background. Now when I jump here, they didn't swap their layers weirdly. We fixed the issue. We fixed it. just like this, is that easy. Just make sure that you don't do anything that you don't want to do. Yeah. Never want to shift any layer that is not in the middle. And just go through the level, see if we see anything warping, and fuck this. Sorry. Damn this peasant. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I wasn't supposed to say this. Yay, we did it. I can go through this again. See if we have any weird shifts. Don't think so. I'm actually going to kill this as a peasant. It's just hating this so much. That's what you get if you mess with me. Did he bleed somewhere? Ah, there where he bleeded. Okay, let's die. So I think that explosion should be in red. Let's jump on this platform, see if something is weird now. No. Don't detect anything that is weird. Come on. We might have to change how this is controlled later. That was interesting that shot got cancelled by my soul. Very good by the soul. Sometimes the souls are leveled up here. Yeah, I have new ones. I think with this ability, you lose speed too fast in the air. But on the other side, you can slide with this very nice on the ground. It's a little bit weird. Okay. So we will look into these abilities later. I want to fix the soul. Oh, it even has material. Ooh, interesting. But I want it to be more on the blue part, to be honest. So let's put it into the blue. And the teal. Let's make it teal. Okay, we don't have any light here, so. Okay. How does this look in the game? Let them emit a little bit more. Yeah, that's better. I'll put the camera here. Where was the skill again? I think here. Yeah, that's alright. And what I actually wanted to change was the soul. So this is caps enabled 9U2. Need to find the prefab. Yeah, here it is. Okay, I want it to be a little bit brighter. Does this have a material? Yes. So. We can see it here, and I think it should be looking a little bit different. Just don't ask me why. It's just a feeling. Oh, this is only blooming in this position here. Interesting. Can we enable HDR in this? No, don't think we can. Okay, then I want to change the actual holy beams here to use blue instead. Or teal. Let's put them to teal. I have a feeling like this adds up better. Maybe the whole is could use shiny. Yeah, it looks a little bit better. Just small improvements. And let's apply all these overrides. Was something else that I wanted to change with the lightning. I just have forgotten. And oh, also, much more important, we noticed the bug yesterday. When the player has more health, then he has max health, which is possible because of a skill. Then his health UI is kind of buggy. So let's try to fix that. So let's try to find where he uses his max health. I think that it must be this skill. Yeah, it must be this skill here. So, wait a moment. Damage UI. Is this updating the heart? No. This is only doing this UI thing. Is it in the player UI? Health UI, that has its own script. Is this really reading out the values? Yeah. So here's where we need to make sure that we never say try to fill our hard material with more than the maximum health. So let's just say if the health is higher, also this is player. If the player character health is bigger than the max and his max health, and just don't do anything here. Okay, this should fix this issue because it caused an issue when we are healing ourselves, when we were healing ourselves and had more health than we are supposed to have, because just a skill allows us to do that. So in that case, we are supposed to have more health than we are supposed to have. Does it make sense? Not really, but I think you get what I'm trying to say here. And then the heart would just bug out. And in that case, we just don't want to, because it would try to shift its whole inner fill higher than its actual sprite was, and we can't have that. So let's go in here, try to eat those people, and I died. So that was a good start, but let's try that again. I want just to eat that bat. I suck at this game. I really am so bad at my own game. Since I enabled aiming. Okay, now the health is higher than my maximum health. Okay, and it still does not bug out. Now let's take damage. Still working. Just fine. If I die, 0. It's filling itself up nicely when I come back here. Everything's nice. I got the feeling like that thing at my hand is rotating faster when I move. It's weird. It could be that it's rotating with 1,000 units per second. It just looks like it. It's not bugging out. And I don't know what's happening with it. Oh, didn't get me there, huh? Did you? I'm here. Okay, I missed. And again, miss. Okay, let's stop here. Is there anything else that I forgot? Yes, I want this explosion. 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 And that's a lot of explosion. To be red. Yeah, I want it to be red. I just think it doesn't look nice in the clear color. Skill 81. I also need to change its point like then into red. Let's take another look here. Can change the bloom color. Oh, I think this has a color here. That's okay. So why is this becoming blue when I shift it to another color? What? Nani? There's no blue inside of this. There's no blue inside of the original. What? This is this is weird. So it looks so good in this color, but we can't reproduce the niceness of this color here to make it look. We have to make this way stronger. Let's take a look. I think it's a little bit too bright. It's going a little bit into the pink area. Another idea would be to make this red overall, then make it bloom in white. Seems to not work. Interesting. Nani? Well, let's maybe try to get just with the options that we have here, get the best of both worlds. It seems we can with the Q material, without changing too much, we can only make this bloom dark red. It's weird. Else we might have to change how we find our color here, which is not what I want to do. Why is this shifting the color? I'm okay with, hey, it's making it brighter, but why is it shifting the color into pink? It's adding blue for some reason. It's weird. Where's the blue coming? There's blue somewhere. Is it maybe from the global lightning? What if we added this inside of this first? Apply our changes here. Go inside. And look what happens. Now what if I shift the color? It's also kind of going into the purple area. Like there's some blue coming somewhere inside of this. Is this from the background now? I don't know. Not really. I'm really not sure why this is having this color right now. It's like there's, yeah, I think there's blue inside of the original material. So maybe if we change the material, can have a better result. Yeah, that didn't change a lot. So it seems like it's finding the blue better than the red part. Doesn't seem to find anything. Yeah, let's reverse these changes. Okay. Without digging too much into the original, I'd say let's just try to make this look good like it currently is. Because, yeah, I think this is looking alright right now. We could add a little bit more bloom and call it a day. And just like that. And if you want white stripes over that, I would just say let's just add another layer of particles there. Just a few particles. And that should be enough. Actually, let's do that right now. And after that, we might be able to call it a day. So let's just, what do we want to do here? Yeah, make a new empty game object, white stripes. Give it a name that is hopefully descriptive. Paste the same explosion again. Make this one white though. Okay, and be on top of the other layer in the rendering. Now it isn't completely white because this material here is already red. So let's make this white, this red. Okay. Now spawn in way less of these on top. Make them smaller. Give them less lifetime. Okay, that looks weird. Give them the same lifetime. But let's limit dampen them even more. So now they are in the middle. So we have white in the middle, red at the edges, like an eye. Should look like an eye. Okay, maybe we can change more. What if we make this big? Okay, that looks nice. What if we make it really small though? I think bigger is better. Then we should dampen them more. Then we can go back into the material again. Look what happens if we just select a different material. What if we put the alpha value down in the middle? I want to dampen the middle more, like this is just the center of the explosion. What if we make this black? It's not looking that good. Not gray. Now it's starting to look kind of bluish. Okay, so gray is out of the question. I think black is also not looking nice. So white it is. Okay, let's try it out in the game. Ooh, and it has this white bluish outline, which is disgusting. At least for me. So we need to find different materials for this. That's not good. Where is this blue coming from? Now really, where is this blue coming from? It's not... Now we have a... Now we have a particle emitter that has no blue in it. So the blue has to come out of something. This has no blue. This has no blue. This has no blue. It's not some kind of weird subtraction. It really is blue. There is blue inside of this. Trails! It's the trails. The trails have a color. Oh. 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 So this was what was problem all the time. It explains a lot. Okay, now I can try out a different material actually. And now I can finally also try to make this explosion blue and white. Ooh, but subtraction seems to be interesting though. Kind of flows. Now can also give it a gray color. And here's the final result. This is how it looks inside of the camera with lightning. Okay, that's a little bit too strong, I think. Yeah, let's pause it here. And then just turn down the bloom a little bit. Now this will always be the center position, the center of the camera. So we need to be careful here. So you can put this to white, and then only the edges will be red. Okay, this is how it's supposed to be. Now it's just way too bright. Turn down the bloom strength. Play a little bit with the values here. And this is hard. This is low. You could also make it like this, like let's just kill the player. And this would make it really hard to see anything what's going on here. Yeah, okay, I think this would be nice if we wanted to make sure that the population of epileptic people goes down, but I don't think that's nice to do. To have at least some people in the game and survive. So let's try to find the nicest value here. I think like that would be nice. And then we can kind of try find the nicest value for this. I think it's still a bit too pink. So we could try to go down the brightness. Okay, inside of a cube, it looks really interesting. Normally it will be on the ground like this. Yeah, I think it's alright for the moment. We're going to rework this maybe another time. But for now, let's call it a day. So, thank you for tuning in so far. We have done beautiful, good progress, fixed every problem that we have. And we now can just play, do nice things like trying to make the map look nice, trying to work on the perfect look for our effects. And next time we will just draw in the real maps, and that will be exciting. Really looking forward to it, and I don't know what could be in our way so far. So yeah, no known bugs again. This is nice, and see you tomorrow where we are going to draw on the maps. And I'm really looking forward to that. See you then, and I'll call it a day for now and get something to eat. Goodbye so far.